Hey guys, tonight we're settling into one of the most intense, quiet, and meaningful evenings in the whole story. Picture Jerusalem. The sun is dipping low, painting the limestone walls that warm, buttery gold. The streets are packed. There's a frantic energy, a buzz of thousands of people rushing to get things ready for the Passover. You can smell the roasting herbs and the dust kicked up by donkeys. It's the kind of chaotic holiday prep that makes you feel alive. But let's be honest, if you were dropped in the middle of it, trying to find one specific room in a city you barely know, with no map and just a cryptic clue, you probably won't survive this. You'd be sleeping on the street, totally missing the most important dinner of your life. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Go ahead and post your location and what time it is where you are in the comments. It's always nice to see where everyone is tuning in from. Now dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Part 1. Had arrived. The first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. This was the specific day, when the Passover lambs were to be sacrificed at the temple. The air itself felt different on this day. It was thick with anticipation, with the scent of thyme and hyssop, with the bleating of countless lambs, and with a low, electric hum of shared memory. This was the celebration of freedom, the great remember when, of the Jewish people, looking back at the night God had delivered them from slavery in Egypt. It was a story told with food, with wine, with bitter herbs to remember the bitterness of bondage, and with unleavened bread to remember the hurry of their escape. Inside a small, borrowed house in Bethany, just over the hill from the buzzing chaos of Jerusalem, Jesus and his 12 disciples were gathered. The mood was complicated. You could feel it. Jesus was quiet, but it wasn't his usual peaceful quiet. This was a heavy, weighted silence, like the air before a thunderstorm. The disciples, bless them, were trying to keep things normal. They were practical men, after all. A feast is a feast, and a feast requires preparation. Peter, ever the practical one, ever the man of action, finally broke the silence. He cleared his throat, a sound that seemed too loud in the small room. "Master," he said, his voice trying for casual, but landing on anxious. Where do you want us to go and prepare for you to eat the Passover?" It was a simple, logical question. They didn't have a house of their own in Jerusalem. They were pilgrims, essentially. They needed a room. They needed a lamb. They needed all the fixings. This was a multi-hour preparation, and the sun was already beginning its long, slow descent toward the west. Time was ticking. Jesus looked up, and his eyes met Peter's. He didn't answer right away. He seemed to be looking through Peter for just a second, seeing the long night that was about to unfold. Then he turned his gaze to include John, who was sitting nearby, observant and quiet as ever. "Go into the city," Jesus said, his voice calm and clear. He nodded, selecting his men. "Peter, John, go and prepare the Passover for us, that we may eat." Peter practically bounced to his feet. This was good. A mission. Something to do. His energy was a mix of loyalty and a desperate need to fix the strange, heavy mood. Right, Master, we'll go. Where? Whose house? Do you know someone near the temple? We can get the best lamb. I'll make sure of it. Jesus held up a hand, cutting off Peter's well-meaning but frantic planning. His instructions were, well, they were very Jesus. Not practical, not straightforward. They were cryptic, strange, and demanded a level of trust that still, after all this time, felt a little bit like a magic trick. Behold, he said, and that was always the word he used when he wanted them to pay very close attention. When you have entered the city, a man will meet you. Peter and John exchanged a look. A man in Jerusalem during Passover. The city was overflowing with probably 200,000 pilgrims. The streets were a solid mass of people. A man. Jesus continued, a very faint, almost sad smile playing on his lips. He knew how this sounded. He will be carrying a jar of water. Now, this was the detail. This was the clue. In that culture at that time, carrying water from the public well or spring back to the house was women's work. You'd see 100 women with jars balanced on their heads or their hips for every one man. A man carrying a water pitcher, he would stand out. Not like a sore thumb, maybe, but like a misplaced note in a familiar song. It was just odd. This was their sign. A man doing a woman's chore in the middle of the busiest day of the year. Follow him, Jesus instructed, into whatever house he enters. Peter and John just stared. This was the plan. This was the whole plan. No address, no name, no secret password. Just find the guy with the water jar. It felt less like a plan and more like a scavenger hunt designed by a mystic. Peter, you can just imagine, was fighting every urge to ask a dozen clarifying questions. What if we miss him? What if there are two guys with water jars? What if he sees us following him and thinks we're thieves? But he held his tongue. John just nodded, his eyes fixed on Jesus. He was in. Whatever this was, he was in. And when he goes in, Jesus continued, you will say to the master of the house. He paused, letting the words sink in. You don't just walk into a stranger's house and start making demands. But these were their instructions. Say to him, the teacher says to you, where is the guest room where I may eat the Passover with my disciples? This was the part that sealed it. The teacher. It implied a pre-existing relationship. This master of the house, this oikodespotes, this goodman of the house, as some would call him, he was a follower. He was part of this, a secret helper, an accomplice in this sacred, final meal. Jesus had arranged this, all of it, in secret. Why the secrecy? The mood in the city wasn't just festive, it was dangerous. The religious leaders, the chief priests and the scribes, were actively looking for a way to arrest Jesus, but they were afraid of the crowds. The Passover crowds loved him. To arrest him in public would be to start a riot. Jesus knew this. He needed this one last, quiet evening. He needed this room to be secret, unfindable, safe, at least for a few hours. He was protecting this meal. He was protecting his disciples, and he was keeping Judas, who was already looking for his own opportunity, in the dark. Jesus gave them the final piece of the puzzle, and he, this mysterious master of the house, will show you a large upper room. It will be furnished and ready. There, make preparations. Furnished and ready. The Greek word is estromnon. It means spread out. The cushions would already be there. The dining couches, the triclinia, would be arranged around the low table. The room wouldn't be a storage closet they had to clean out. It would be waiting for them. It was a room that had been expecting them all along. Peter and John looked at each other one more time. No more questions. This was it. They adjusted their tunics, pulled their belts tight, and headed out the door, moving from the quiet of the small house in Bethany into the brilliant, chaotic afternoon sunlight. The walk into Jerusalem was a river of people. They were pressed on all sides by families, by merchants selling last-minute herbs, by children chasing each other, by the sound of shepherds haggling over the price of lambs. The dust from the road caked their sandals and the hems of their robes. The air smelled of wood smoke, roasting grain, and the metallic tang of blood from the temple, which sat high on its mount, the center of the world for this one holy week. Peter's eyes were everywhere. He was scanning, a shepherd counting his sheep, looking for this one single man. A man with a water jar. A man with a water jar. He was probably bumping into people, muttering, "Excuse me, pardon me," his focus absolute. John was different. He wasn't scanning so much as he was waiting. He was trusting that the man would appear when he was meant to appear. He was walking in that quiet confidence that always seemed to surround him when he was close to Jesus. They passed through one of the city gates, maybe the sheep gate, or perhaps one of the southern gates leading up from the pool of Siloam. The streets grew narrower, the buildings taller, the noise more intense. It would have been so easy to get discouraged, so easy to think, this is impossible. We've missed him. We should just go find a publican, rent any room. And then they saw him. It was just as Jesus had said. A man, broad-shouldered, walking with a steady gait, and in his arms, cradled against his chest or perhaps hoisted onto his shoulder, was a large earthenware water jar. Hydria, a jar for water. He wasn't stopping to talk to anyone. He was on a mission. He walked past them, and Peter and John just fell into step behind him, giving him a respectful distance. They felt like spies. It was absurd. Two fishermen tailing a water carrier through the back streets of Jerusalem. They followed him as he turned left down a narrow alley, then right onto a wider street. They followed him up a slight incline, the stone pavers worn smooth by generations of feet. He didn't look back. He had his task, and they had theirs. Finally, the man stopped at a doorway. It was a good house, you could tell. Not a palace, but not a hovel. The doorway was clean, the wood solid. The man ducked inside, disappearing into the cool darkness of the entryway. Peter and John stopped at the threshold. This was the moment. Peter, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, stepped in first. A servant likely met them in the courtyard, and Peter, puffing out his chest just a little, asked to see the master of the house. A man came out. Perhaps he was older, with a kind, lined face. He looked at these two fishermen, their robes dusty from the road, and raised an eyebrow. Peter spoke, the words Jesus had given him feeling strange, but powerful in his mouth. "The teacher," he said, "says to you, 'Where is the guest room where I may eat the Passover with my disciples?'" The man's entire demeanor changed. The questioning look vanished. A light of understanding, of welcome, came into his eyes. He smiled. He didn't ask, "What teacher?" He didn't say, "You have the wrong house." He just nodded, as if they were old friends arriving for a long-planned dinner party. "Come," he said, and beckoned them to follow. He didn't lead them to a small room on the ground floor. He led them past the central courtyard, past the main living areas, to a set of stairs. An anogen, the text says, an upper room. This was prime real estate in a Jerusalem house. It was the place you'd have for banquets, for honored guests. It was quiet, removed from the noise and the dirt of the street. It was the best room he had. He opened the door, and it was perfect, exactly as Jesus had said. It was large, easily large enough for 13 men to recline and eat comfortably. And it was furnished. The low U-shaped table was in place. The cushions and couches were estromen, spread out, inviting. The lamps were ready, filled with oil. The room felt clean, expectant, and peaceful. It was an oasis of calm in the middle of a frantic city. Peter and John were floored. The master of the house simply smiled again. "It is ready for him," he said. "Make your preparations." And with that, he left them, closing the door softly behind him, giving them the space. For a moment, the two disciples just stood there, breathing in the quiet. The stress of the scavenger hunt melted away, replaced by a profound sense-of orchestration. Jesus wasn't just wandering into this night. He was conducting it. Every note, every detail, from the water carrier to this beautiful waiting room, was part of his plan. But now the work began. They didn't just sit and wait. They had to prepare the Passover. This was no small task. John, perhaps, was sent to the market to procure the other elements. He would have needed to buy the maror, the charoset, the salt water, and crucially, the wine. Several large skins of it, enough for the traditional 4 cups of the Seder. Peter, meanwhile, probably took on the primary task, the lamb. They would have had to get a lamb, a perfect, unblemished male lamb, 1 year old, and take it to the temple. There, they would have entered the great court, which would have been thronged with thousands of other people doing the exact same thing. The priests would be there, the Levites singing the Hallel. At the designated time, Peter would have sacrificed the lamb himself, catching the blood in a basin, which the priests would then toss against the base of the great altar. It was a visceral, bloody, and sacred process. The lamb was then skinned and prepared, and Peter would have carried the roasted, prepared carcass back through the city streets to their upper room. They worked together, Peter and John, as the light in the sky turned from gold to a deep, bruised purple. They built a small fire in the room's hearth, or on a portable brazier to roast the lamb according to the specific instructions. Whole, with its head, legs, and inner parts, roasted over the fire, not boiled. They laid out the unleavened bread, the matzah, those flat, cracker-like sheets. They arranged the herbs, the paste, the bowls of salt water. They filled the wine pitchers. As they worked, the room filled with the rich smell of the roasting meat, the sharp scent of the herbs, the sweetness of the wine. They didn't talk much. What was there to say? They were just two friends preparing a meal for their teacher, just as they had done dozens of times before. And yet, they both knew in their bones that this was not just another meal. The secrecy, the strange instructions, the weight they all felt from Jesus. This night was a hinge, and the whole world was about to turn on it. By the time the first stars pricked the dark blue veil of the sky, it was done. The room was ready. The table was set. The Seder was prepared. All was in order. And then they heard them. Footsteps on the stairs. The murmur of voices. The door opened, and Jesus entered, followed by the other 10 disciples. He looked around the room, his eyes taking in the preparations. He looked at Peter and John, and he gave them a nod of thanks, of approval. You've done well. The disciples filtered in. James, Andrew, Philip, Thomas, all of them, they were arguing, even now, even here. Luke's gospel tells us that a dispute had again broken out among them on the way over. Which of them was to be regarded as the greatest? It's almost comical, isn't it? Here they are, on the precipice of the most important event in human history, and they're bickering about who gets the best seat. Who's the vice president in the new kingdom? Who's the most important? They brought that petty, anxious, human pride right into this sacred waiting room. They began to arrange themselves on the couches around the table. They were shuffling for position, for the places of honor to the right and left of Jesus. And as they did, they missed something. In the corner by the door sat a basin of water and a towel. It was the standard provision of hospitality. A servant of the house would normally be there to wash the feet of the guests who had walked through the filthy, dusty streets. But there was no servant. The master of the house had given them the room, but he had left the service to them, and not one of them, not Peter, not John, not James, not one of them, in their argument about who was the greatest, had been willing to stoop down and become the least. Not one of them was willing to take the position of a slave and wash the feet of the others. So the basin sat there unused. The towel lay dry, and their feet were caked with the grime of the city. The meal began. Jesus took his place. The Seder meal has a script, a Haggadah, and Jesus, as the head of this family, would have led it. He would have taken the first cup of wine, the cup of sanctification, and blessed it. He would have passed the herbs. But as the supper was unfolding, something was wrong. The air was still too heavy. Their argument still hung in the air, unspoken, but felt by everyone. And then Jesus did something that wasn't in the script. John's Gospel, which gives us the most beautiful and intimate look at this night, tells us that Jesus, knowing that the Father had given all things into his hands, and that he had come from God and was going back to God, he knew his own authority. He knew who he was. He was the Lord of the universe. And with that full and complete knowledge of his own divine power and authority, he stood up from the table. The conversation died. The chewing stopped. Every eye in the room, all 12 pairs, locked onto him. The silence was sudden and absolute. He began to take off his clothes. Not all of them, but his outer robe, his hamadrion. He laid it aside deliberately on a nearby chair. He was left in his simpler, knee-length tunic, the basic garment of a worker or a servant. Then he picked up that dry towel, that lention, a rough linen towel. He wrapped it around his waist, tying it securely. He looked, for all the world, like the lowest slave in the household, the one who got the worst jobs. He walked over to the basin. He picked up the pitcher of water that sat beside it, perhaps the very water that the mysterious man had been carrying. He poured the water into the basin. The sound echoed in the room. Splash, gurgle, echo. He knelt down. On the floor, the teacher, the master, the one they had just been arguing about honoring. He was on his knees, in the posture of a slave. He gestured to the disciple nearest him, perhaps John. He took John's dusty, calloused, road-stained foot in his hand. He dipped a cloth in the water, and he began to wash it. You have to imagine the shock, the horror. This wasn't just humble. This was scandalous. It was an inversion of the entire social order. Masters do not wash servants. Teachers do not wash students. The God-sent Messiah does not wash the feet of fishermen. But he was. He finished with John, wiping the foot dry with the towel around his waist. And then he moved to the next man. And the next. One by one, he shuffled on his knees. No one said a word. They were frozen. They were drowning in a wave of shame so profound it was paralyzing. This was their job. One of them should have done this. Any of them. The fact that none of them had, and that he was now doing it, was the most profound and gentle and devastating rebuke they had ever received. It was a sermon preached with water and a towel. He was showing them, not telling them, what greatness in his kingdom actually looked like. It wasn't about sitting at the head of the table. It was about kneeling on the floor. He moved around the U-shaped table. He washed James's feet. He washed Andrew's. He washed Thomas's, the one who would doubt. He washed Matthew's, the one who had been a tax collector. He was washing away more than just the dirt of Jerusalem. He was, in this one symbolic act, washing away their pride, their ambition, their misunderstanding of who he was and why he had come. He was washing them, preparing them for what was to come, in a way they couldn't possibly understand. And then he came to Peter. Peter, who was never, ever quiet. Peter, who was all heart and impulse, who always spoke before his brain could catch up. He couldn't take it. The sight of his Lord, his Messiah, kneeling in front of him with a dirty basin. It was too much. He jerked his feet back, pulling them up under his robe. "Lord," he burst out, his voice cracking with emotion. "Are you going to wash my feet?" It was a cry of disbelief, of profound, agonized unworthiness. "Not you, not me. This is wrong. Everything about this is wrong." Jesus looked up at him from the floor. His eyes weren't angry. They were just patient. So incredibly patient. "Peter," he said, his voice quiet but firm, "you do not understand now what I am doing, but you will understand later." This was not the right answer for Peter. Later wasn't good enough. This was a matter of honor right now. And this was a violation of his master's honor. Peter shook his head, his face set in that stubborn, loyal, bull-headed way of his. He put his hands up. "No," he said, his voice rising. "You will never wash my feet, not in all eternity. I will not let you." The room held its breath. This was a direct refusal, a disciple disobeying his master. Jesus didn't sigh. He didn't argue. He just stated a fact. He held Peter's gaze, and the love in his eyes was mixed with a sudden, sharp steel. "If I do not wash you," Jesus said, and his voice cut through the room, "you have no part with me. You have no part with me." The words hit Peter like a physical blow. All the air went out of him. No part with you. To Peter, a world without Jesus, a life with no part in him, was not a world. It was a black, empty void. That was the one thing he could not bear. He had left everything for this man, his boats, his nets, his entire life. To be cut off from him, it was unthinkable. In a split second, his stubbornness shattered, and he swung, as Peter always does, from one extreme to the other. "Then, Lord," he cried, thrusting both his feet forward and his hands, and practically his entire head, "don't just wash my feet. Wash my hands and my head as well. Wash all of me. If I'm in, I'm all in. If this is what it takes to have a part with you, then cleanse me." A small, gentle smile finally touched Jesus' lips. "Oh, Peter, you passionate, clumsy, wonderful, all or nothing friend." He reached out and put a hand on Peter's ankle, calming him. "A person who has had a bath," Jesus explained softly, "needs only to wash his feet. His whole body is clean." He was trying to elevate the conversation, to move them from the literal to the spiritual. They were clean because of the word he had spoken to them, because of their faith in him. They had been bathed in his teaching. But they still walked in the world. They still picked up the dust of daily sin, of pride, of fear. And for that, they needed this daily, humble washing from him. He was trying to show them what forgiveness looked like, what grace felt like. It was the gentle, cleansing touch of the Master, willing to kneel and wash away the grime they couldn't help but pick up. He washed Peter's feet. Peter sat there, trembling, silent at last, tears probably streaming down his face, as he watched his Lord perform this tender, servile act. And then Jesus moved on. He came at last to Judas Iscariot, the one who managed their money, the one who had, just a short time before, met with the chief priests and agreed on a price, 30 pieces of silver, the price of a gored slave. His heart was already set. The betrayal was in motion. Jesus knelt in front of Judas. He knew, John tells us, he knew who was to betray him. That's why he said, "And you are clean, though not every one of you." He knew, and he knelt anyway. He took Judas's foot in his hand, the foot that would, in just a few hours, stand in a garden to identify him, the foot that had walked to the priest's house and back. And Jesus washed it. He washed it with the same water. He wiped it with the same towel. He held it with the same tenderness. He looked at Judas with the same love. He offered the same grace, the same chance to be clean. This right here is the quiet, devastating center of the story. This is the love that is so far beyond our understanding. It's not a love that's blind to our faults. It's a love that sees our betrayal, our worst selves, in crystal clear detail, and kneels to wash our feet anyway. Judas, we don't know what he was thinking. Was his heart pounding? Was he cold? Was he sweating? Did he flinch? Or did he just sit there, numb, letting it happen, his resolve hardening into stone? The text is silent, but the water touched his skin. The offer was made. When Jesus had finished, when he had washed all 12 pairs of feet, including his betrayers, he rose. He dried his hands on the towel, unwrapped it from his waist, and laid it aside. He walked back to his chair and picked up his outer robe. He put it back on, settling it on his shoulders. He was the teacher again. He sat down. The silence in the room was completely different now. The tension of their argument was gone, replaced by a stunned, humbled, and deeply confused awe. They had just witnessed something profound. Jesus looked at their faces, one by one. "Do you understand?" he asked them. "What I have done for you?" He probably didn't wait for an answer. He could see in their eyes that they didn't. Not really. Not yet. "You call me teacher and Lord," he said, "and you are right, for so I am." He wasn't denying his authority. He was affirming it. "If I then, your Lord and teacher, have washed your feet," he let that sink in. The one with all the authority, the one who is the greatest. "You also ought to wash one another's feet." There it was, the punchline, the thesis. "I have given you an example, that you should do as I have done to you." This wasn't about creating a new church ordinance. He wasn't saying from now on, everyone wash feet at every dinner. He was saying, this is what my kingdom looks like. This is what love does. It doesn't climb up. It kneels down. It doesn't demand to be served. It lives to serve. The greatest among you will be the one with the towel around his waist. He had taken their petty human argument about greatness and completely, utterly demolished it. He had replaced their pyramid of power with a circle of service, with himself at the very bottom, kneeling on the floor. "Very truly I tell you," he added, "no servant is greater than his master, nor is a messenger greater than the one who sent him." He was the master. He was the one who was sent, and he was washing feet. What right, then, did they ever have to think themselves too important, too great, to serve one another? He looked at them, his gaze full of a love that was almost painful. "Now that you know these things," he said softly, "you will be blessed if you do them." It was a promise. Happiness, true blessing, isn't found in being first. It's found in the doing of this kind of love. It's found in the willingness to pick up the towel. The room was quiet. The lamps glowed, casting warm shadows on the walls. The Seder meal, the bitter herbs, and the unleavened bread sat waiting on the table. But the real lesson had already been given. The real meal had already been served, not on the table, but on the floor. Jesus had gathered them. He had secured their safe, quiet room through a secret plan. And then he had, in one shocking, beautiful, and deeply humbling act, defined his entire ministry. He was the King who served, the Lord who knelt, the God who washes feet. And as he sat there, clean, but for the ones who were not, he let that lesson settle. He let it sink into their hearts. But he wasn't finished. The washing was only the prelude. The night was still young, and it was about to get so much darker. The room was still. The echo of Jesus' words, "You will be blessed if you do them," hung in the warm, lamplit air. The disciples, one by one, had slowly, cautiously returned to their places at the table. They were humbled. They were quiet. The shame from the foot washing had subsided, replaced by a kind of fragile, tender awe. They looked at their own feet, now clean, and then at their master, who had reclined once more at the head of the table. He was their Lord, the one who had knelt. The world felt upside down, and yet, somehow, for the first time, it felt right side up. The Passover meal, the Seder, had been interrupted, but now it resumed. Jesus, as the head of the household, would have picked up the script. He would have broken one of the large, flat sheets of unleavened matzah, the bread of affliction, and set a piece aside, the afikomen, the piece that would be eaten at the very end. He would have pointed to the bitter herbs, the maror, and spoken the ancient words. "This is to remember the bitterness of our slavery in Egypt." He would have gestured to the lamb, roasted and ready, the symbol of their deliverance. The disciples followed along. They dipped their herbs. They drank from their cups. They were trying, all of them, to slide back into the familiar, comforting rhythm of the ancient ritual. This was, after all, a celebration. It was the feast of freedom. They were trying to feel festive, but the mood was off. The foot washing had been so intense, so emotionally raw, that it was impossible to just go back to normal. And Jesus was the source of this tension. He had been so calm, so authoritative, so full of a gentle, patient love as he knelt on the floor. But now, back at the table, a different shadow was passing over him. It wasn't the calm of a teacher. It was the agitation of a man in deep, personal pain. John, who was reclining just to Jesus' right, so close that his head was practically on Jesus' chest, could feel it. He could probably feel the muscles in Jesus' chest tighten. He could probably hear the way his breathing became shallow, as if he were carrying an immense weight. The disciples' quiet, nervous chatter died down as they sensed this change. Jesus was looking at the table, but not at it. He was looking through it, seeing something they couldn't. His spirit was troubled, the text says. This wasn't a divine, all-knowing pronouncement about to be made. This was a man who was also God, feeling the acute, stabbing pain of something terrible and immediate. His heart was breaking right there in front of them. He lifted his head. He looked around the table, his gaze passing over each of their faces. Peter, James, John, Andrew, Thomas, and Judas. He looked at all of them, his friends, his family, the men he had poured his entire life into for 3 solid years. And then he spoke. His voice was thick with a sorrow, so deep it was almost physical. Very truly, I tell you. He used that phrase again. Amen, amen, Lego human. Truly, truly. It was his signal for stop everything. Listen, this is the truest thing you will ever hear. One of you. He paused. The room was so quiet you could hear the oil sputtering in the lamps. One of us what? Is going to betray me. The words just landed. They didn't float down. They hit the table like a lead weight, shattering the fragile piece into 1,000 pieces. Betray, the word was poison. It was the ugliest word in the language. It meant to hand over, to deliver up, to break faith in the most profound way possible. It wasn't just disagree with or abandon. It was hand over to the enemy. It was the act of a traitor. For a second, there was no sound at all. Just 12 men, frozen, staring at Jesus. Their brains simply could not process the sentence. One of us, betray, you. It was a logical impossibility. It was like saying, one of us is going to make the sun rise in the west tomorrow. It didn't compute. And then the frozen moment shattered, and chaos erupted. It wasn't a quiet, philosophical inquiry. It was a sudden, horrified uproar. Men sat bolt upright, knocking over cups of wine. They weren't just sad. The Gospels say they were exceedingly sorrowful and greatly distressed. They were devastated. They all started looking at each other, not with suspicion, not at first, but with a wild, desperate confusion. Who among them could possibly be this monster, this snake? This was their group, their team. They were the inner circle. They had left everything: boats, nets, tax-collecting booths, revolutionary cells to follow him. They had seen the miracles. They had heard the parables. They had been sent out by him. They had just had their feet washed by him. How could any of them, even think of turning on him? And then, the most heartbreaking and telling reaction of all began. The wave of confusion, as it washed over them, turned inward. The shock turned into a sickening, terrifying wave of self-doubt. They had just been confronted with their own failures. All of them. Just an hour ago, they were arguing about which of them was the greatest. They were so full of pride and selfish ambition that not a single one of them had been willing to stoop and wash the other's feet. They had failed the test of humility, all of them. They knew their own hearts. They knew their own weaknesses. And in that moment, faced with the horror of their own pride, the awful possibility began to dawn on each of them. Could I? Am I capable of that? I know I'm a sinner. I know I'm weak. But am I that weak? And so, one by one, the question started. It wasn't, "Who is it, Lord?" It wasn't, "Point him out." It was, "Lord, is it I?" Matthew, the tax collector, must have felt a cold dread seize his heart. Is it I, Lord? I know betrayal. I spent my whole life betraying my people for Roman silver. I know what that sickness feels like. I thought you cured me of it. I thought I was a new man. But what if that old rot is still in there? What if I'm just a traitor in a new set of clothes? Lord, is it me? Peter, his face pale, his usual bluster completely gone, his voice a hoarse whisper. Is it I, Lord? I just told you no. I just refused you. I'm impulsive. I speak before I think. I'm loud and I'm arrogant and I just mess everything up. I love you. I'd die for you. But I'm such a failure. Is my failure about to become something monstrous? Is it me? Andrew, Peter's brother, the quiet one, the one who first brought Peter to Jesus. He was always in the background, steady, observing. Lord, is it I? I don't feel anything like that, but I'm quiet. I don't speak up. Is there a cowardice in me? A failure to act that's just as bad as a direct betrayal? Lord, am I the one? James, the son of Zebedee, one of the sons of thunder. He felt his own hot temper. Is it I, Lord? I wanted to call down fire from heaven to destroy a village that rejected you. I have that violence in me, that rage. I wanted power. I asked to sit at your right hand. Could that ambition, could it curdle into this? His brother John, the one leaning on Jesus, felt his master's troubled heart. He didn't even ask the question. He was just terrified. He felt the betrayal as a personal wound, as if he had been stabbed. He just pressed closer, his mind reeling. Who could do this to him? Philip, the practical one, the literalist. Lord, is it I? I'm so slow. I just don't get it sometimes. I asked you to show us the Father. You had to rebuke me. Is my slowness, my lack of spiritual understanding, is that a kind of betrayal? Is my simple, earthly mind the problem? Thomas, the twin, the one they called the doubter. Is it I, Lord? His mind was probably racing. I question everything. It's who I am. I need to see. I need to touch. I need proof. Is this where doubt leads? Is this the final, terrible end of a questioning mind? Does my doubt make me a traitor? Oh God, is it me? Simon the Zealot. He had been a revolutionary. He wanted a Messiah with a sword, one who would drive the Romans into the sea. Lord, is it I? I've been so disappointed. I've been so frustrated with your talk of peace and love your enemy. I wanted a king. I wanted a fight. Has my political frustration, my impatience, has it festered? Has it made me an enemy? Nathanael, the one Jesus saw under the fig tree, the one in whom there is no guile. He was probably just broken, shattered. Is it I, Lord? The very concept was so foreign to his nature, and yet, if the Master said it, it must be true. I don't understand. I don't understand any of this. How could this happen? And on it went. James, the son of Alphaeus, Thaddeus, they all asked, Is it I? Is it I? It was a chorus of grief, a round of weeping, terrified men, each one suddenly confronted with the awful blackness of his own potential to fail, to sin, to destroy the one thing in the world he loved. And Judas Iscariot, the one who had the money bag, the one who had already made the deal, the one who had the 30 pieces of silver promised to him. Matthew's gospel tells us he had the gall, the cold, iron nerve to ask it too. He had to blend in. He had to keep the charade going. Rabbi, he asked, his voice perhaps a little too steady, is it I? He couldn't even bring himself to say Lord, as the others had. He used the more formal, distant Rabbi, teacher. And Jesus, in the midst of the chaos, gave him a quiet, chilling answer, one that perhaps only Judas himself heard. You have said so. Yes, Judas, it's you. You've said it yourself. But the rest of the group didn't hear this. They were all still in an agitated panic, asking each other, asking Jesus, Who is it? Who is it? Jesus' first answer to the group was not an answer. It was another riddle. He was still trying to teach them, even in this. The one who has dipped his hand in the dish with me, Jesus said, his voice rising just enough to be heard over their sorrow, will betray me. This didn't help. This made it worse. This wasn't a formal dinner party with individual plates. This was a Seder. They were all reclining around a low table, all dipping their unleavened bread and their bitter herbs into a few common bowls of sauce and broth and charoset. Everyone was dipping their hand in the dish with him. This wasn't an identification. This was a statement of tragedy. It's not a stranger. It's not a Roman soldier or a corrupt priest from outside. It's one of you. It's one who is sharing my food. It's one who is part of my family in this most intimate of all meals. The betrayal isn't coming from the outside. It's coming from the inside, from the table. He then added something that was heavy with both divine purpose and human tragedy. The Son of Man will go, he said, just as it is written of him. He was acknowledging his own path. This was destiny. This was Scripture being fulfilled. This was the plan. But woe to that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. His voice was heavy, full of a profound sadness. It would have been better for that man if he had not been born. The disciples shuddered. This was it. This was real. The stakes were eternal. This wasn't just a political misstep. This was an act of such cosmic, damnable evil that non-existence would be preferable. The room fell silent again. the weight of that woe crushing them. Peter couldn't stand it. He was not a man built for suspense, especially not this kind of agonizing, heart-stopping suspense. He had to know. He had to fix it. If there was a traitor, he needed to find him, stop him, probably punch him. He was reclining somewhere across the table. He couldn't just lean over and ask Jesus. But he saw John. John, the disciple whom Jesus loved, wasn't just near Jesus. He was in the place of highest honor, reclining to his right, and had leaned back, so his head was literally resting on Jesus's breast. It was a posture of profound intimacy and trust. Peter locked eyes with John across the room. He was frantic. He nodded his head, a sharp, angry, desperate jerk. Ask him. He mouthed the words. Who is it? He was, in his own way, begging. John, you're the one he trusts. You're the one he's close to. Find out. Find out who the monster is. John, seeing Peter's desperation and feeling the agonizing tension in his master's own body, did as he was asked. He didn't lift his head. He just leaned back a little further in that quiet, intimate space and murmured the question so only Jesus could hear. Lord, he whispered, who is it? It was a question of pure, bewildered love. Who is doing this to you? Jesus, in the midst of this chaotic, loud, weeping room, created a small, quiet bubble for just himself and John. He answered him, not with a name, but with a sign. A final, secret sign. It is the one, Jesus murmured back, his voice impossibly gentle. To whom I will give this piece of bread when I have dipped it in the dish. A somian, a morsel, a sop. This was the most shocking part of all. This was not a gesture of accusation. In their culture, for the host to take a choice piece of bread, dip it in the best sauce, and hand it to a guest, it was an act of honor. It was a gesture of deep friendship, of special favor, of intimate communion. Jesus wasn't going to point at his betrayer with a finger of condemnation. He was going to identify him with one last, heartbreaking gesture of love. He was, in effect, saying to John, watch. I'm going to offer my friendship, my honor, to him one last time. And the one who takes it, that's the one. It was Jesus, the host of the meal, holding the door of grace open, even now in these final seconds. It was one last, silent appeal. Judas, look, we are friends. We are sharing bread. Are you really going to do this? So Jesus, with the eyes of John fixed on him, took a piece of the unleavened bread. He reached over to the common bowl, the one with the charoset, or the broth. He dipped it. The room was still. The other disciples were watching, but they didn't know the code. They were just watching their master, their faces a mess of tears and confusion. Jesus lifted the dripping sop. He reached out, past Peter, past John, past Thomas. He reached, and he gave it to Judas, Judas, son of Simon Iscariot. Judas looked at the bread in Jesus' hand. He looked into Jesus' eyes. In that moment, he saw what? Not condemnation, not anger. He saw, perhaps, that same profound sadness. He saw the offer. He saw the love he was about to betray. And he made his choice. He opened his hand. He took the sop from his master. And John, watching, tells us in his gospel, in a sentence so chilling it freezes the blood, as soon as Judas took the bread, Satan entered into him. That was the moment, the final, definitive no. The door was closed. The line was crossed. The offer of love was received, and in the receiving it was rejected, transformed into its opposite. The darkness that Judas had been flirting with, the greed, the disillusionment, the 30 pieces of silver. It was no longer a temptation. It was a possession. The time for choice was over. The deed was now set in stone. Jesus knew it. The atmosphere in the room, for him, changed instantly. The time for sorrowful warning was over. The time for divine purpose had begun. The hour was here. He looked at Judas, and his voice was no longer thick with tears. It was clear, resonant, and full of a sudden, grim authority. It was a command, a dismissal. "What you are about to do," Jesus said to him, his voice cutting through the stunned silence of the room. "Do quickly. Go now, get it over with." He was still in complete control. He was not a victim being captured. He was the one dismissing his betrayer, setting the final, terrible wheels in motion on his own terms and on his own schedule. And here is the most human, the most relatable, the most poignantly clueless part of the entire story. Jesus has just said, "One of you will betray me." He has just handed a special piece of bread to Judas. He has just told him, "Go do your secret, terrible thing, and do it now." And the other disciples still didn't get it. They were still in the dark. None of them at the table, John writes, had any idea why Jesus had said this to Judas. Their minds, still reeling, still unable to process the concept of betrayal, scrambled for a logical, everyday explanation. Judas, what do we know about Judas? He's the treasurer. He holds the money bag. Ah, of course, that's what this is. Some of them thought, oh, Jesus is sending him out to buy more things for the feast. We must be running low on wine. Or maybe we need more bread for the rest of the festival week. Good old, practical Jesus, always planning ahead. Others thought, ah, it's Passover. We always give to the poor on Passover. Jesus is just telling Judas, go quickly, take some money from the bag, and give it to the poor families down by the gate before it gets too late. What a good, righteous teacher. They were thinking about catering. They were thinking about charity. They were not thinking about betrayal. The concept was so monstrous, so alien to their understanding of their group, that their brains literally could not make the connection. Even with all the clues, even with the woe, even with the sop, even with the do it quickly, it just did not compute. They were good men, simple men, and they could not fathom this level of darkness, not from one of their own. So they just watched. Judas stood up. The sop was in his hand, or perhaps he had already eaten it. the taste of his master's final offer of friendship turning to ash in his mouth. He looked at Jesus. Jesus looked back, his gaze steady. Judas turned. He pulled his cloak around his shoulders. He walked to the door of that beautiful, warm, lamplit upper room. The room that was an oasis of love and fellowship. The room where his feet had been washed. He opened the door. He stepped out, leaving the light, leaving the fellowship, leaving the bread of life. John, the poet, the mystic, the one who saw it all, gives us one final, perfect, haunting sentence to end the scene. It's only 5 words in English, but it's an entire universe of tragedy. And it was night. It wasn't just a time of day. It was a spiritual statement. Judas, who had walked with the light of the world for 3 years, had just willingly, definitively stepped out of the light. He had chosen the darkness. He was walking out of the room of grace and into the cold, outer blackness, the domain of the one who was now his true master. The door clicked shut. The sound of his footsteps faded down the stone stairs. He was gone. In the room he left behind, the 11 remaining disciples probably let out a collective sigh of relief, though they didn't even know why. The strange, tense one was gone. The one who held the money, the one who was always a bit off. Maybe he was the source of the bad mood. Maybe now things could get back to normal. The tension, for them, had suddenly eased. But for Jesus, the opposite was true. The betrayal was now irrevocably in motion. The clock was no longer ticking. It was chiming. The hour had finally, truly begun. And as the sound of that closing door echoed in the room, a profound change came over Jesus. The agony was gone. The troubled spirit was gone. He looked around at the 11 faces left, his true friends, his real family, the ones who, for all their bumbling and their pride and their confusion, loved him. And his face, we can imagine, was suddenly radiant. A glorious, urgent light came into his eyes. The traitor was gone. The painful business was done. Now he could get to the real work. Now he could finally be alone with his own and give them what they needed. He took a deep breath, and when he spoke, his voice was no longer sad. It was full of a sudden, triumphant glory. Now, he said, as if the whole world had just shifted on its axis. Now, the Son of Man is glorified, and God is glorified in him. The betrayal wasn't a defeat. It was the trigger. It was the start of the glory. It was the first step on the path to the cross, which he knew was not an end, but the ultimate victory. The night had fallen outside, but in this room, the true light was just beginning to shine. And he had so much more to tell them. The sound of the door closing echoed in the room, and for a moment, the silence it left behind was louder than all the weeping and chaos that had come before. Judas was gone. The night outside, the physical night, had swallowed him whole. The 11 disciples who remained, well, you can just imagine the state they were in. They were emotionally exhausted. They'd gone from the high-stress scavenger hunt for the room to the deep, humbling shame of the foot-washing, to the sheer, heart-stopping terror of the betrayal announcement. They were spent, and more than anything, they were confused. As they watched Judas leave, their brains, bless them, were still trying to find a normal, non-terrifying explanation for everything. Their minds had rejected the premise. They had heard Jesus say, "One of you will betray me," but they just couldn't make it stick. It was like trying to nail jelly to a wall. They had watched Jesus hand Judas the sop. They had heard him say, "Go, do it quickly." And they still concluded, he's just nipping out to buy more wine, or he's off to give some alms to the poor. They were in denial, not a psychological, "I refuse to accept this denial," but a simpler, more innocent denial that comes from a genuine inability to comprehend that level of evil. They were fishermen, not political schemers. The idea that one of their own, one of the 12, a man they had eaten and slept beside for 3 years, was a traitor. It just didn't have a place to land in their minds. So when Judas left, a part of them probably relaxed. They didn't even know why they were relaxing. The source of the tension, the one who had made their master so troubled, had left the room. They probably thought, well, that was a very strange and unpleasant episode, but he's gone now. Maybe the meal can continue. They settled back onto their cushions. They looked at each other, their faces still damp with tears, their eyes wide and bewildered. Peter probably let out a long, shaky breath. John, who knew what the sop meant, was the only one who wasn't relaxing. He was watching Jesus, his heart pounding a hole in his chest. He knew what that exit meant. It was the starting gun. And then Jesus spoke. "Now, the Son of Man is glorified." He had said it as Judas was leaving. But now, in the quiet, he said it again. He looked around at their faces, and the agony, the troubled spirit, was gone. It had vanished. The painful, necessary step of setting the betrayal in motion was done. The agonizing choice was over. Now, he was no longer a man in sorrow. He was a king on the verge of his coronation. A coronation that would look like an execution, but he knew what it was. "Now," he said, and his voice was suddenly full of a strange, bright, triumphant energy. "The Son of Man is glorified, and God is glorified in him." The disciples just stared, glorified. "Master, did you not just say one of us was a traitor? Did Judas not just storm out? Does glorified mean falling apart?" They were so lost. They were on a different page. They were in a different book. Jesus knew it. He knew they didn't understand. But he didn't have time to explain glory just yet. That would come later, in the long talk they were about to have. No, first, he had to give them their marching orders. He had to give them the one thing that would hold them together when he was gone. He had to give them themselves. He had to bind them to him and to each other in a new way. The Passover meal was technically almost over. The main course, the lamb and the herbs, had been eaten. The ritual was winding down. They were at the point of the Seder where they would eat the final piece of unleavened bread, the afikomen, that piece that had been broken and hidden at the beginning of the meal, and drink the third cup of wine, the cup of redemption. The script, the Haggadah, had been their guide all night. It was the story of Moses, the story of Egypt, the story of deliverance. It was all about looking back to that night 1,500 years ago, remembering the blood of the lamb on the doorposts, remembering the passing over of the angel of death. And now, with their minds full of this ancient story, Jesus did something that wasn't in the script. He took their most sacred ritual, their defining story, and he hijacked it. He reached for the remaining unleavened bread, the matzah. It wasn't soft, fluffy bread. It was the bread of affliction. It was a cracker, hard, flat, probably marked with stripes from the rack it was baked on, pierced with holes to keep it from rising. It was the symbol of their haste, their poverty, their slavery. He picked it up. He held it in his hands. These were the same hands that had just washed their feet, the same hands that had healed lepers and multiplied, well, bread. All 11 pairs of eyes were on him. What's he doing now? This is out of order. He didn't just break it and pass it. First, he lifted his eyes, and he gave thanks. The word is Eucharisteo. He didn't just recite the standard rote blessing from the Seder. He thanked his Father. He looked at this simple, plain bread of suffering, and he poured out his gratitude to God for it. He was thanking God for what this bread was about to mean, for the body it represented, for the breaking that was about to happen. This act, this giving of thanks, would become the name for this entire moment. The Eucharist, the thanksgiving. Then, with the prayer finished, he looked at the bread, and he broke it. The sound was sharp in the quiet room. A snap. A simple, domestic sound. The sound of a meal being shared. But to John, to Peter, to all of them, in the wake of all the night's tension, it must have sounded like a bone, like a small, clean act of violence. He tore the bread into pieces, and then he began to hand it out. He didn't just toss it onto the table. He gave a piece to each one of them. He looked Peter in the eye and gave him his piece. He gave a piece to Thomas, to James, to John. One by one, they all received a fragment of this broken bread, and they held it in their palms, looking at it, confused. What is this? They were thinking. Are we supposed to eat it? Is this part of the glorified thing? What is this metaphor? They were all waiting for the parable. He was the man who said, I am the door, I am the good shepherd, I am the light of the world. Now he was going to say, this bread is hard work. This bread is the word of God. He looked at their faces, these 11 confused, frightened, loyal, broken men. Take, he said, eat. They hesitated, he nodded, go on. And as they were lifting it to their mouths, he said the words that would change the world. This is my body. What? You have to imagine their reaction. Peter probably choked. Thomas, the literalist, must have had his brain short-circuit. No, it's not. It's bread. I can see it. I can feel it. It's matzah. You are you. Your body is right there. I am looking at your body. This is bread. This is This is crazy, this sounds, and a cold dread would have hit them. This sounds cannibalistic. It was a forbidden, pagan, horrifying thought. They froze. The bread was halfway to their mouths. Jesus, seeing their horror, seeing their utter, profound confusion, added the rest of the sentence. The part that unlocked it, which is given for you. Ah, for you. Not this is my physical flesh, eat it. But this bread, this is what my body is for. It is for you. Paul and Luke's accounts add that he said, "This is my body, which is broken for you." Broken. He had just broken the bread. He was telling them, do you see this? This bread I just snapped in my hands. This is a picture. This is what is about to happen to my body. It is going to be broken. Violently. And it's not going to be an accident. It's not going to be a tragedy. It's going to be a gift. It will be broken for you. He was handing them a symbol, an object lesson, so powerful it cut through all their fear. He was telling them that his impending death was not a defeat. It was a meal. It was nourishment. It was for them. His life, broken, would become their life. They were still reeling. This was huge. It was a massive, staggering concept. And they were just beginning to wrap their minds around it when he gave them the final command. Do this, he said, his voice quiet but full of a strange, new authority. In remembrance of me. Do this. He was giving them a new ritual, a new tradition. In remembrance of me. This was the key. This was the moment he hijacked Passover. The entire point of the Seder, the meal they were eating right now, was to do this in remembrance of Egypt, of Moses, of the blood of the Lamb. And Jesus, in one sentence, just swept 1,500 years of sacred history aside and said, that's not what you're remembering anymore. He was saying, from now on, when you gather, when you eat, when you break bread, you're not looking back to Moses. You're looking here. You're looking at me. This night, this bread, this broken body. He was making himself the new Passover. He was the new lamb. He was the new deliverance. The word remembrance, anamnesis in the Greek, was more than just don't forget about me. It wasn't a nostalgic awe, remember that one time with Jesus. For them, to remember was to make present. It was a way of participating in the event. When they remembered the Passover, they weren't just telling a story, they were, in a mystical way, joining their ancestors in that first, hurried, fearful meal. So Jesus was telling them, do this, and when you do, I will be there. In the breaking of the bread, you will be with me. This moment, this gift, will become real for you, over and over and over again. They didn't understand all of that. Not then. How could they? But they understood the heart of it. They understood he was giving them a way to hold on to him, a way to stay connected. So in the silence of that room, they ate. They ate the bread of affliction. That was now the bread of life. It probably tasted like just bread. But as they ate, they looked at him, and they knew that, somehow, they were taking his life, his sacrifice, into themselves. It was the most intimate, most profound, most confusing thing that had ever happened to them. They sat there for a moment, the taste of the matzah in their mouths. The meal was over. The Seder was finished. And then Luke's gospel tells us, Jesus took the cup. This wasn't just a cup. This was the cup. It was the third cup of the Seder, the cup of redemption. It was the cup that celebrated their deliverance from Egypt. It was filled with the dark red fruit of the vine, wine mixed with a little water, as was the custom. He took it just as he had taken the bread. And just as he had with the bread, he gave thanks for it. He blessed it. He thanked his Father for this cup, for what it represented, for the blood it symbolized. Then he held it out. Drink from it, he said, all of you. He was emphatic, all of you. No one is left out. This is for the whole family. The cup was passed. This wasn't a modern communion with little individual glasses. This was one cup, the common cup. John took a sip and passed it to James. James took a sip and passed it to his brother John. It was passed to Peter, who drank, his hand probably shaking. It was passed to Thomas, who drank, his mind no doubt whirring with questions. It was passed from man to man, from brother to brother. They were sharing one cup, an act of profound unity. And as they were drinking, as the cup was making its way around their small, humbled circle, Jesus spoke again. And the words he said were even more shocking than the ones for the bread. This, he said, gesturing to the wine, is my blood. Again, a visceral, physical recoil. Blood. The Torah, their most sacred law, was adamant. You do not eat blood. You do not drink blood. Leviticus 17. The life of the flesh is in the blood. No person among you may eat blood. It was the ultimate taboo. It was a capital offense. What was he saying? My body, my blood. This was the language of a madman. But he wasn't finished. This is my blood of the covenant. And that word, covenant, changed everything. It was the most important word in their entire religion. They were the people of the covenant. They knew all about covenants. There was the covenant with Noah, sealed by a rainbow, a promise, I won't destroy the world. There was the covenant with Abraham, sealed by circumcision, a promise, I will make you a great nation. And then there was the big one, the old covenant, the one made with Moses on Mount Sinai. They all knew that story by heart. How Moses went up the mountain, how God gave him the law, the 10 Commandments, and how, when he came down, he built an altar. He sacrificed bulls. He took the blood of the bulls, and he threw half of it on the altar, and he sprinkled the other half all over the people. And he said, Behold, the blood of the covenant, which the Lord has made with you. That was their identity. They were a people in a relationship with God, and that relationship was sealed, ratified, and made real with the blood of an animal. That covenant was their constitution. It was their entire life, but it was a covenant they could not keep. The entire rest of their history was a story of them failing to keep it. The law was perfect, but the people were not. The covenant didn't fix them, it just showed them over and over how broken they were. The whole sacrificial system, the lambs, the goats, the Day of Atonement, it was all just a temporary, bloody cover-up for their constant failure. And now Jesus, in this upper room, holding a simple cup of wine, looked them in the eyes and said, "This is my blood of the new covenant." New. He didn't say a renewed covenant. He didn't say the covenant, part 2. He said new. Kainos, a different kind. Something that had never existed before. In that one word, he was saying, Moses, Sinai, the blood of bulls, the old system, it's done, it's finished, it's obsolete. He was telling them that a new age was dawning, a new relationship with God, a new promise, and it wasn't going to be sealed with the blood of an animal that could only cover sin. It was going to be sealed with his blood. He was the sacrifice. He was the covenant. He was the one thing that could actually fix what was broken. He was quoting, whether they knew it or not, the prophet Jeremiah, who had dreamed of this day centuries before. "Behold, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will make a new covenant. I will put my law within them, and I will write it on their hearts. I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more." This was the promise, not an external law on stone tablets, but an internal change of the heart. And it was all built on one thing. Jesus finished his sentence, which is poured out for many, for the forgiveness of sins. That was the point. Forgiveness, aphesis, a release, a cancellation of debt. The old system was about covering. This new one was about cleansing. The old one was about remembering sin. This new one was about forgetting sin. I will remember their sin no more. He was looking at these 11 flawed, frightened, deeply imperfect men. Men who had just been arguing about who was the greatest. Men who were about to scatter and abandon him in just a few hours. And he was handing them a cup. And he was saying, "This is for you. This is how I am going to wash you clean. Not just your feet, but your hearts. I am going to pour out my life so that you can be forgiven completely. And this is the promise. This is the new covenant, my blood, for you." They couldn't grasp it. Not all of it. It was too big. It was like trying to get a drink from a fire hose. The theology of it, the cosmic implications, that would take them years to unpack. But they felt it. They felt the holiness. They felt the love. They felt the shift. They were no longer just followers. They were partners. They were the charter members of this new covenant. They were drinking the cup of a new creation. The cup finished its circuit. It came back to Jesus, empty. The room was still. The air was so thick with holiness, you could have cut it with a knife. The Seder was done. The new meal was instituted. Jesus set the cup down. And then he made a vow. He looked at the cup and then at his disciples. "Truly, I tell you," he said, and his voice was serious, a pledge. I will not drink again of this fruit of the vine. He was taking an oath, like a Nazarite vow. He was setting himself apart. He was saying, This is the last time. This is the end of the old world, the celebration. It's over, the work is beginning. Until, and that one word, until, was everything. It was a pinprick of light in the coming darkness. He was not saying goodbye. He was saying, see you later. Until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom. He was pointing them past the cross. He was pointing them past the tomb. He was pointing them past his own death. He was telling them, this isn't the Last Supper. This is just the Last Supper of the old world. There is another meal. There is a future banquet, a great, glorious party, the wedding feast of the Lamb, and I will be there, and you will be there with me. And when that day comes, when the kingdom is here in all its fullness, then we will drink together again. We will celebrate. And the wine won't just be this wine. It will be new wine, the wine of joy and victory and resurrection. He was making them a promise. He was giving them a hope to cling to. He was telling them that the worst night of their lives was not the end of the story. It was just the middle. And the ending was a feast. The disciples, they just sat there trying to absorb this. Broken body, poured out blood, a new covenant, forgiveness of sins, a future banquet. It was too much. They were overwhelmed. They were sad and scared and somehow, in a way they couldn't explain, hopeful. The meal was over. The wine was drunk. The bread was eaten. The vows were made. The room was quiet. What do you do when you've just had your entire world redefined? What do you do when the air is too thick to breathe? You sing. It was the tradition. It was the script. The Passover Seder always ends with a hymn. They would sing the second part of the great Hallel. It was usually Psalms 115 through 118. And so they sang. Imagine it. Jesus, the man who had just said, this is my body broken, and this is my blood poured out. He led them in a song. He wasn't weeping. He wasn't hiding. He was singing. Jesus' voice, probably a clear baritone, filled that upper room. And his disciples, their voices shaky, full of confusion and love, joined him. What did they sing? What were the words he chose to sing on this night as he prepared to go and die? They sang Psalm 115. Not to us, O Lord, not to us, but to your name give glory. Our God is in the heavens. He does all that he pleases. Their idols are silver and gold, the work of human hands. They have mouths, but do not speak, eyes, but do not see. Those who make them become like them. So do all who trust in them. Then they sang Psalm 116. And you have to wonder what was going through his mind as he sang these words. I love the Lord, because he has heard my voice and my pleas for mercy. The snares of death encompassed me. The pangs of Sheol laid hold of me. I suffered distress and anguish. Then I called on the name of the Lord. O Lord, I pray, deliver my soul. Precious in the sight of the Lord is the death of his faithful servants. I am your servant. You have loosed my bonds. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving. And then they sang Psalm 118, the great triumphant finale. And this is the one that would have shaken the walls. Oh, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever. Out of my distress I called on the Lord answered me and set me free. The Lord is on my side, I will not fear. What can man do to me? This is Jesus, on his way to be arrested, singing, I will not fear. What can man do to me? I shall not die, but I shall live and recount the deeds of the Lord. The Lord has disciplined me severely, but he has not given me over to death. And then the climax of the hymn, the words that every single Jew knew, the words they had shouted just days before when he rode into Jerusalem on a donkey. The stone that the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. Imagine Jesus singing loudly, triumphantly, I am the stone that you are rejecting, and I am about to become the cornerstone of the entire world. It was defiant. It was a song of total victory, sung in the face of absolute defeat. He was singing his own triumph at his own funeral before he was even dead. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Save us, we pray, O Lord. O Lord, we pray, give us success. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. The last note faded. The song was over. The meal was over. The Seder was over. The old covenant was over. The room was quiet, pulsing with the echo of their voices. Jesus stood up. He looked at his men, his new covenant partners. They were terrified, but they had eaten his bread. They had drunk his cup, and they had sung his song. He nodded toward the door Judas had walked through. Come, he said. His voice was calm, resolved. Let us go from here. They gathered their cloaks. They blew out the lamps, plunging the room, that sacred, holy room, into darkness. One by one, they filed out the door. They walked down the stone stairs, out of the safety of the upper room, and into the cool, dark, moonlit streets of Jerusalem. It was night, but this time they weren't alone in it. They were walking with him. They were on their way to a garden. They were on their way to the Mount of Olives. The time for the covenant of wine was over. The time for the baptism of blood was about to begin. The last brave, shaky note of the hymn faded into the warm, close air of the upper room. They had sung of victory. They had sung of the stone the builders rejected, the one that would become the cornerstone. They had sung, This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. And now the song was over, and there was no gladness. The silence that rushed in to fill the space was heavy, thick, and full of fear. The song had been a kind of defiance, a momentary burst of courage. But now reality was back. The meal was over. The bread was eaten. The wine was drunk. The room was just a room, and the words Jesus had spoken, broken body, poured out blood, betrayal, were settling on them like a shroud. Jesus stood up. The movement was slow, deliberate. "Come," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "Let us go from here." The disciples, jolted from their stunned silence, began to move. It was the clumsy, shuffling movement of men who are emotionally exhausted, men who are just going through the motions. They reached for their cloaks, which they had draped over the backs of their couches. They checked their sandals. They looked at each other with wide, lost eyes. Go where? Go to do what? They were like sheep, and their shepherd had just said something terrible and strange, and now he was leading them. Where? Out. Into the night. The night that had just swallowed Judas. But as Jesus moved toward the door, a stocky, powerful shape blocked his path. It was Peter. Of course it was Peter. Peter, his face a total mess. It was streaked with tears from the betrayal announcement, red with the exertion of the hymn. And now it was twisted into a mask of pure, stubborn, terrified loyalty. He wasn't going to let this happen. He wasn't going to let this night just dissolve. "Lord," he blurted out, and his voice was too loud for the room, cracking with emotion. Where are you going?" He was stuck. He was stuck on the one simple, practical question that Jesus had so far refused to answer. He had said, "I am going away," but he had not given a destination. For Peter, the practical fisherman, this was maddening. He was a man of action. He couldn't act without a map, without a direction. Jesus stopped. He looked at his friend, his fiery, impulsive, breakable, wonderful friend. His eyes were full of a tenderness that was almost painful to look at. "Peter," he said, and his voice was a gentle rumble, "where I am going, you cannot follow me. Not now." He let that hang in the air. Not now. And then he added the part that should have been a comfort, the part that was a promise. "But you will follow me later." He was telling Peter, your story doesn't end tonight. Your path does lead to where I am going. Just not yet. But Peter didn't hear the promise. He only heard the no. He heard you cannot follow. He heard you are not allowed. He heard you are not good enough. And for Peter, who was all heart, all loyalty, this was an insult. It was a challenge. "Why not?" he demanded. His fists were probably clenched at his sides. "Why can't I follow you now? Lord, I don't care where it is. If it's dangerous, I don't care. I will lay down my life for you." He meant it. Oh, you have to know he meant it. This was not an empty boast. This was Peter in this one brief, shining moment, feeling the full, burning force of his love for this man. He had just had his feet washed. He had just taken the bread and the cup. He felt, for maybe the first time, the heat of that new covenant in his blood. He was ready to fight. He was ready to die. He would take on the whole Roman garrison, the entire Sanhedrin, by himself, if they tried to take Jesus. He was a lion, and he had absolutely no idea how fragile he was. He was a lion made of glass. Jesus looked at him. The tenderness in his eyes didn't fade, but it was joined by a profound, heartbreaking sadness. He wasn't angry. He wasn't disappointed, even. He was just sad. He was a doctor looking at a man who was claiming to be in perfect health, even as he was dying. He put a hand perhaps, on Peter's shoulder. "Will you?" he asked, his voice so quiet, so gentle. It was devastating. "Will you really lay down your life for me?" He let the question sit. He let Peter feel the full weight of his own passionate, clueless boast. "Oh, Simon, Simon, son of John," he let out a long, slow breath. "Let me tell you the truth. Truly, truly, I say to you, the rooster, it will not crow tonight, not once, before you have denied 3 times that you even know who I am." The silence in the room was no longer just heavy. It was a vacuum. It sucked all the air, all the sound, all the life out of the moment. Peter just stared, his mouth opened. He had no words. This was so much worse than "you can't follow me." This was, "you are a coward." This was, "you are a liar." This was, "you are a traitor." This was worse than Judas. Judas was one, but Peter was the rock. Peter was the leader. Peter was the one who had shouted, "You are the Christ." If you looked around the room, you would have seen 10 other faces in various states of pure, unadulterated shock. They were horrified. They were looking at Peter, and then at Jesus, and back at Peter. If Peter, their loud, brave, rock-solid leader, was going to crumble like a sandcastle, what hope did any of them have? Peter himself just deflated. The lion was gone. All the fire, all the bravado, all the passionate energy just drained out of him, pooling on the floor. He stumbled back a step, maybe falling onto the couch he had just left. He buried his face in his hands. The sound that came from him was a low, animal sound of a man who has just been gutted. He was weeping, not in anger, in pure, broken, bewildered shame. "Me? Deny you? How?" This was the room Jesus had. 11 men. One of them, their leader, just told he's a triple traitor in waiting. The other 10, looking like they had just watched their house collapse. They were terrified of the betrayal. They were terrified of him leaving. And now they were terrified of themselves. They were a mess. They were troubled. And that word, troubled, is terrasso. It's the word used for a stormy sea. It means agitated, stirred up, churning, chaotic. Their hearts were not just sad. Their hearts were a storm. And Jesus, seeing this room full of shipwrecked men who were standing in the ruins of their own courage, he couldn't leave them like this. Not yet. He raised his voice, not yelling, but with a sudden new authority. The authority of the host who is calming his terrified guests. "Stop," he said, and the word cut through Peter's weeping. "Stop. Do not let your hearts be troubled." They all looked up. Their faces were pale, tear-streaked. "Do not let them be stormy," he said, his voice softening. "You believe in God, don't you? You've held on to that. You trust the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." They nodded dumbly. "Then do the same for me. Believe also in me. Trust me. Trust that I know what I'm doing. Trust that all of this, is part of the plan." He was giving them an anchor. Stop looking at the storm. Stop looking at your own weakness. Look at me. Trust me. And then he gave them something to see. He knew they were terrified of him leaving, of being abandoned, of being left homeless. So he gave them a picture of a home. "My Father's house," he began, and his voice was warm, like he was telling them a bedtime story. It's not a small, cramped place. It's not a tiny, exclusive club with a velvet rope. My Father's house has many rooms. The word he used was manai. It means abiding places, permanent residences. It's not a hotel you're just passing through. It's a home. It's a mansion, he was telling them. It's a vast, sprawling, glorious home, and there is more than enough room. There are manai palai, many, many rooms. If that wasn't true, I would have told you. I wouldn't let you believe a fairy tale. I would have told you, sorry boys, it's a very small place. Only a few of you are going to make it. But it's true, it's vast. And I am going there for you. Their eyes were fixed on him. For us. Yes, I am not abandoning you. I am the advance team. I'm going ahead to prepare a place for you. You have to understand the comfort in this. This wasn't some high-minded theological concept of heaven. This was a promise from a friend. This was, I'm going to the house. I'm going to find your room. I'm going to make sure your name is on the door. I'm going to make sure the pillows are fluffed and the lamps are lit and that it's ready for you. It's your room. It's been waiting for you. He was taking their terror of being orphaned and homeless, and he was giving them the promise of a home and a father. And then he gave them the best part. And if I go, he said, and I do prepare this place for you, I'm not just going to send you a map. I'm not going to send an angel to come and get you. I will come back again. I will personally come back, and I will take you by the hand, and I will bring you to myself. This was the promise, not just a place, but presence, so that where I am, you may be also. That was it. That was the whole point. The goal wasn't heaven. The goal was with Jesus. He was saying, the whole point of this, the cross, the leaving, the coming back, is so that we can be together forever, and nothing will ever, ever separate us again. He looked at their faces. They were still just blank. They were still so lost. He sighed just a little. He had given them this beautiful, comforting picture. He tried to nudge them along. And where I am going, you know the place, and you know the way. He said it like a fact. You know this. I've been telling you for 3 years. He waited, and the disciples just looked at each other. You could almost hear their thoughts. Do we know the way? He said, my Father's house. Is that the temple? He's just going to the temple. No, that can't be it. He's going. Away, does he mean he's going to die? But he said he's coming back. I don't know the way. Do you know the way? I have no idea. I'm afraid to ask. They were all terrified. They were all confused. They all felt stupid. And they were all thinking the same thing, but no one was brave enough to say it. No one, that is, except Thomas. Good old Thomas. Thomas the twin. Thomas, the practical, the literal, the man who needed things to make sense. The man who, when Jesus said, "Our friend Lazarus is asleep," immediately said, "Great, he'll get better." Thomas was not a man for beautiful, flowery metaphors. He was a man who needed a map. He finally broke the silence. He cleared his throat. "Lord," he said, and his voice was full of that honest, frustrated, "I just don't get it" energy. Jesus turned to him. "Yes, Thomas. We have no idea where you are going." You could feel the collective sigh of relief from the other 10. "Thank you, Thomas. You keep saying this place, and I'm going away. We don't know the destination. We don't have the address. And, Lord, if we don't know where the end of the road is, how on earth can we possibly know the way to get there?" It was the most logical, reasonable, practical question in the world. He wasn't being disrespectful. He was being honest. He was the engineer in a room of poets. He was saying, "Stop speaking in riddles. Stop giving us these beautiful, comforting pictures. Just give us the facts. Give us the map." He wanted to follow. He really did. He needed the step-by-step directions. Jesus looked at Thomas, and a small, gentle smile must have touched his lips. "Oh, Thomas, you're so wonderfully stuck in the mud, and you're so close." He didn't give him a map. He didn't give him an answer. He gave him himself. He looked right into Thomas's confused, earnest eyes, and he said the words that Thomas would spend the rest of his life unpacking. "Thomas," he said, "you're looking for a way, a path, a road. I am the way." He was saying, "You don't need a map, Thomas. You just need me. You're not looking for a path. I am the path. I am the bridge across the canyon. I am the road home. You're looking for truth. You're looking for the facts. You want to know what's real. I am the truth. I'm not just a person who tells true things. I am the substance. I am the reality of God. Everything else is a shadow. I am the answer to every what is real question you will ever have. If you build your life on me, you are building it on reality itself. And you're looking for life. You're looking for this Father's house, this place where we live. You're afraid of death. You're afraid of this going away. I am the life. I'm not just alive. I am the source of all life. I am the thing that makes your heart beat and your soul live. I am the resurrection. Death has no power over me. And if you are holding on to me, it has no power over you either. He let that sink in. These 3 massive I am statements. I am the way. I am the truth. I am the life. And then he gave Thomas the punchline, the thing that tied it all together. "No one," he said, and his voice was clear and firm and absolute. "No one comes to the Father except through me." You wanted to know the way to the Father's house. The Father's house isn't a zip code, Thomas. It's the presence of the Father. And you can't get to the Father. You can't know the Father. You can't be with the Father unless you come through me. I am the door. I am the path. I am the only way home. He looked at Thomas and then at all of them. If you had really known me, If you had really understood what you were looking at for these last 3 years, you would have known my Father also. But it's okay, because from tonight, from this moment on, you do know him, and you have seen him. He finished. He had answered Thomas's question. He had given them the map. The map was him. But this last line, you have seen him, it broke Philip's brain. Philip, who was sitting next to Thomas, had been listening wide-eyed. Philip was the other literalist. He was the bean counter. The guy who, when Jesus said, "Let's feed these 5,000 people," immediately got out his abacus and said, "Nope, can't be done. 8 months' wages. Impossible." He was even more practical than Thomas. And he heard Jesus say, "You have seen the Father." And his heart, his practical, literal heart, leapt. Wait, what? We've seen him. When? Where? Was it that time on the mountain? I wasn't there. Peter, James, and John were. Did they see him? Was it in the crowd? Was that flash of light? Was that what that was? He couldn't hold it in. This was the one thing, the big thing. He leaned forward, his eyes shining with a sudden, desperate excitement. "Lord." Jesus turned to him. "Yes, Philip. Lord, forget all this way and truth and life stuff. It's wonderful. But just do the one thing. Just show us the Father." He was so earnest. Just show us God. Pull back the curtain, just for 1 second. Give us the burning bush. Give us the thunder on Sinai. Just one glorious, terrifying peek at the Father. If you just do that, that will be enough. We'll be satisfied. All our doubts, all our fears, they'll just go away. We'll be good. Just show us. He sat back, proud of his request. It was, to him, the most logical, perfect solution to all their problems. And Jesus just looked at him, and the smile was gone. The warmth was gone. He wasn't angry. He looked so tired and so disappointed. He let out a sigh, and it was the saddest sound in the world. "Philip," he said, and his voice was full of this weary, "How can you still not get it?" sadness. "Have I been with you so long? Have I been with you for 3 years, walking, talking, eating, sleeping? And you still don't know me?" Philip's face fell. He didn't understand. Jesus leaned forward. "Philip, the one who has seen me," he pointed to himself, "has seen the Father. How can you possibly, after all this time, still ask me to show us the Father? Don't you get it? Don't you believe that I am in the Father and the Father is in me?" He was pleading with them. This isn't a costume. This isn't a messenger. This isn't a prophet just speaking for God. Don't you understand? When you look at me, you are looking at God. When you listen to me, you are listening to the Father. The words I've been speaking to you for 3 years, they're not my words. I didn't just make them up. It is the Father living in me. He is the one doing his work. If you want to know what God is like, if you want to know how God acts, if you want to know how God feels about you, just look at me. When I healed the leper, that was the Father touching the untouchable. When I wept at Lazarus's tomb, that was the Father weeping for his children. When I washed your feet, Philip, when I knelt on the floor and washed your feet, that was the Father serving you. This is who he is. This is what he is like. He's like me. He looked around the room, at their stunned, silent faces. Believe me, he urged them. Just believe me when I say that I am in the Father, and the Father is in me. He paused. He knew their faith was weak. He knew this concept was. It was shattering. It was too big for their heads. So he gave them an escape hatch, a life raft. Or if you can't, he said, his voice softening. If that's just too much for you to believe, if my words aren't enough, then that's okay. Just believe on account of the works themselves. Believe what you've seen. You can't deny what you've seen. You saw me take 5 loaves and 2 fish and feed a mountain. You saw me tell a storm to be quiet, and it did. You saw me tell a dead man to come out, and he did. You saw these things, Philip. Who do you think is doing that? If you can't believe my words, believe my works. The works, they prove who I am. They prove who the Father is. He let that sink in. He had given them himself. He was the way, the truth, the life. He was the image of the Father. But he knew that was still not enough, because he was leaving. He was the path, but he was about to disappear. He was the presence, but he was about to be absent. And he knew the second he was gone, all this faith they were trying to have, it would evaporate. They would be alone, and they would be terrified. So he had to give them the final, most important piece of the puzzle. He had given them a place. He had given them a path. Now, he had to give them a presence. He looked at them. His voice was serious. I tell you the truth. Anyone who has faith in me will do the works I have been doing. They all perked up. Us, do what you've been doing, and they will do even greater things than these. Now he really had their attention. Greater things, greater than raising the dead. How? Because I am going to the Father. That was the key. His going wasn't an end to the work. It was the beginning of it. It was what would unlock everything. And I will do whatever you ask in my name, so that the Son may bring glory to the Father. You may ask me for anything in my name, and I will do it. This wasn't a magic genie promise. It was a blank check for the mission. He was saying, when I am gone, you are going to be my body. You are going to be my hands and my feet, and you are going to be doing my work. And whatever you need to do that work, to complete that mission, you just ask. Ask in my name, in my authority, for my purposes, and I will do it, because I will be with the Father, and I will be empowering you. But how? How would he empower them? If you love me, he said, and his voice became very, very gentle. You will keep my commandments. They all nodded. Yes, Lord, of course. He was saying, if you love me, just love each other. That's it. That's the work. And if you do that, he continued, if you are walking in that love, I will ask the Father, and he will give you another helper The word he used was parakletos. Paraclete. This was a word they knew. It was a legal term. It meant one who is called alongside. It was your advocate, your defense attorney, the one who stood up for you in court. But it was more than that, too. It was your comforter, your encourager, your strengthener, the one who had your back, the one who helped you. And Jesus had called him another helper. He was saying, "Don't you see? I have been your paraclete for 3 years. I have been the one called alongside you. I've been your advocate. I've been your comforter. I've been your teacher. And now I am leaving. But I am not going to leave you alone. I am going to ask the Father, and he is going to send you another paraclete. One just like me. He is the Spirit of truth. The world, the outside world, they can't receive him. They can't see him. They don't know him. He doesn't make any sense to them. But you," he said, and his gaze was warm. "You know him because he lives with you right now, and he will be in you." That was the great, mind-blowing shift. Jesus, their teacher, their Lord, their paraclete, he was with them. He was external. He was beside them. This new helper, this Spirit, he would be inside them. He would be their new heart. He would be the life in them. And then Jesus said the words that were the very heart of this entire night, the words their terrified, orphaned souls were desperate to hear. "I will not," he said, and his voice was a solemn vow. "I will not leave you as orphans." He wouldn't leave them orphanous, abandoned, alone, adrift. "I will come to you." They were confused. "But you just said you're leaving, and you're sending this Spirit, so who is coming?" Jesus was telling them, "Yes, the Spirit is my coming to you. He is my presence. When he comes, I come. We are one. In just a little while," he said, "the world, they won't see me anymore. They're going to kill me. They're going to put me in a tomb. And for them, it will be over. The Jesus movement will be a dead failure. But you," he said, and his eyes were blazing, "you will see me. Because I live, you also will live." This was the promise of his own resurrection. He was telling them, "They can't keep me dead. I am the life. And my life, my resurrected life, is the thing that will guarantee your life. My life will become your life. You will be connected to me, like a branch is connected to a vine. On that day, then you will finally get it. Then you will realize that I am in my Father, and you are in me, and I am in you." He was describing a new reality, a new inness, a new existence. They would no longer be just followers of Jesus. They would be filled with Jesus. He would be in them, and they would be in him. They would be one. He was almost done. He had given them a place. He had given them a path. He had given them a presence. And now he gave them a gift, a parting gift. "Peace," he said, and the word itself seemed to lower the tension in the room. "Peace I leave with you." But it's not just any peace. It's my peace, the peace I have. That's what I'm giving to you. He needed them to understand. This isn't the peace the world gives. The peace of the world, the Pax Romana, that's just the absence of fighting, because a bigger, scarier army has crushed everyone into submission. That's peace through fear. That's an external peace. No, my peace, my shalom, it's wholeness. It's wellness. It's a settled heart. It's an internal quiet in the middle of the storm. It's the peace I have right now as I am walking, knowing I am walking to my own death. It's a peace that nothing can touch. That is the peace I am leaving with you. It's a gift. He looked at all of them. Peter weeping, Thomas confused, Philip humbled, John just absorbing. So stop. Stop letting your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid. You heard what I said. I said, I am going away, and I am coming back to you. If you really loved me, if you really understood, you would be happy for me. They looked up, happy. Yes, you'd be happy, because I am going to the Father. I'm going home, and the Father is greater than I. It was a statement of his perfect, beautiful humility. He was the Son returning to the Father. His mission was almost accomplished. It was a good thing, a joyful thing. I've told you all of this now, he said, his voice urgent. Before it happens. Why? So that, when it does happen, when I am arrested, when Peter does deny me, when I am crucified, when I am in the tomb, you won't fall apart. You will remember. You'll remember this room. You'll remember my words. You'll remember this night. And you will believe. You will trust that this was all part of the plan. He had to go. The time was up. He could feel it. The night was changing. I'm not going to say much more to you, he said, and his voice was low and serious. Because the prince of this world, he's coming. They shuddered. Satan, he was coming. He's on his way. Judas is leading them. The darkness is massing. But, he said, and he stood up, and his voice was suddenly strong, like a king. He has no hold on me. He has nothing in me. No hook, no leverage, no sin, no secret darkness he can use against me. I am not doing this because he is powerful. I am not going to the cross because Judas outsmarted me, or because the priests won. I am doing this for one reason, so that the world may learn that I love the Father, and I am doing exactly, precisely, what my Father commanded me to do. He was going to the cross. It was not a defeat. It was his final, greatest act of love and obedience to his Father. He looked at the door. He took one long, deep breath. He had told them everything they needed. He had given them the place, the path, the presence, and the peace. It was enough. He nodded, his face set, resolved. Rise, he said, and his voice was full of authority. Let us go from here. And this time, there were no more questions. They stood up, Peter wiping his face, Thomas, his mind reeling, Philip, his heart full. They gathered their cloaks. One by one, they filed out of the room. Jesus, their shepherd, leading the way. They walked down the stone stairs, out of that sacred, lamplit room, out of the house, and into the cool, dark, moonlit streets of the sleeping city. They were on their way. They were on their way, and he was with them. The door of the upper room closed behind them, the sound a soft, final thud in the quiet of the house. They filed down the stone stairs, their movements clumsy in the dark, their sandals slapping softly on the steps. Peter was walking like a man in a daze, his face pale, the ghost of Jesus' prediction, "You will deny me 3 times," haunting his eyes. Thomas and Philip were walking side by side, probably shaking their heads, still trying to process the dizzying, circular logic of "I am the way," and he who has seen me has seen the Father. The other disciples were just quiet, humbled, terrified. A small, bewildered flock of sheep following their shepherd into what? They stepped out of the doorway and into the street, and the city was silent. It was late, well after midnight. The Passover moon was high, a brilliant, cold, silver-white disk, so bright it bleached the color from the limestone walls and cast sharp, black shadows in the alleyways. The frantic, festive chaos of the afternoon was long gone. The streets were empty. Everyone was inside safe, behind closed doors, having finished their Seder meals hours ago. The only sound was the distant bark of a dog and the sound of their own footsteps, 13 men walking as one, echoing on the cobblestones. They moved through the sleeping city, a tight little band, with Jesus at their head. He wasn't rushing, but he wasn't meandering. He was walking with purpose. They were heading east, down the long, sloping hill of the city, toward the great dark slash of the Kidron Valley, and beyond it, the familiar, shadowy ridge of the Mount of Olives, its olive trees looking like smudges of black ink against the silver sky. They had been walking for a few minutes, lost in their own thoughts, their hearts still churning with the storms of the upper room, when Jesus stopped. Just stopped. They all shuffled to a halt behind him, bumping into each other slightly, confused. Why are we stopping? Is someone coming? Jesus was standing, looking at something. In the brilliant moonlight, it was easy to see. There, on the wall of a house, or perhaps, as some think, on the great gate of the temple itself, was a massive, decorative grapevine. The temple was said to have a huge, golden vine carved over its main entrance, a symbol of Israel, the vine of the Lord. It would have been glinting in the moonlight, a 20-foot tall, solid gold promise of Israel's fruitfulness. Jesus pointed to it. "Look at this," he said, his voice quiet in the night air. They all looked. "It's a vine, Lord." And then he gave them the last, and perhaps the most important, picture of the night. "I," he said, tapping his own chest, "am the true vine." He was looking at this symbol of Israel and saying, "That's not the real one. That's the symbol. That's the one that failed. I am the reality. I am the true vine. I am the new, true Israel. I am the source of all life. And my Father, he is the vine dresser. He's the gardener. He's the one with the shears, the one who knows what he's doing. The disciples just stared. Here we go again. Another metaphor. I am the bread. I am the light. I am the door. And now I am the vine. Every branch in me, he said. And you could feel him thinking of Judas. Every branch that does not bear fruit, he takes it away. The word he used, airy, is sharp. It means to lift up, to remove. It's the branch that's just sucking sap. It's attached, it's there, it looks like part of the vine, but it's useless. It produces nothing. It's all leaves, no grapes. That was Judas. He was in the group. He was on the vine. But he was never, ever of the vine. He never drew life. He never bore fruit. And the Father, the gardener, had seen it. And tonight he had taken it away. The branch was gone. But Jesus continued, every branch that does bear fruit. He looked at the 11 of them, his eyes full of a strange, fierce pride. He prunes it. The word for prune is traitor. It means to clean. He cleans it. He cuts it back. Why? So that it will bear even more fruit. This was a crucial lesson. He was telling them, life with me, it's not just going to be easy. The Father, because he loves you, because you are fruitful, is going to come to you with a knife. He is going to prune you. He's going to cut away the parts of you that are just suckers. The dead wood, the pride, the fear, the ambition, the things that are wasting the sap. And it's going to hurt. It's going to feel like you're being attacked. It's going to feel like you're being diminished. But the gardener knows. He's not trying to kill the branch. He's pruning it so it can focus its life, its energy, on what matters, on more fruit. He looked at their faces. They were already being pruned. This whole night, the foot washing, the betrayal, Peter's denial, this was the knife. And it hurt. He saw their pain, and he softened. He looked at them, these men he had just called fruit-bearing branches. And you are already clean. He used the word katharos. It's the same root, traitor and katharos. You are already pruned, he was saying. You're ready. How? Why? Because of the word I have spoken to you. My teaching, my life, my word that I've poured into you for 3 years, that has been the pruning knife. It has cleaned you. It has set you apart. You're not like the world. You're not like Judas. You are clean. So, he said, you're clean, you're fruitful, you're on the vine. Now you have one job, just one. Abide. The Greek is meno. It's one of John's favorite words. It means to remain, to stay, to live, to make your home. Abide in me, Jesus said, and I will abide in you. This is the secret. This is everything. Just stay. Stay connected. Don't leave. Don't try to do it on your own. A branch, a single broken off branch, it's useless. A branch cannot bear fruit by itself. It must abide in the vine. If it gets disconnected, it dies. It's the same for you. You can't bear fruit for me if you're not in me. It's impossible, because apart from me, he let this sentence land. This was the ultimate, devastating, liberating truth. Apart from me, you can do nothing. All their bravado, all of Peter's I will die for you, all of their we believe, it was all nothing. It was the bravado of a cut flower, still looking beautiful, but already dead, because it was disconnected from its life source. You can't love. You can't have peace. You can't bear fruit. You can't do anything of eternal value unless you are abiding in me. Unless my life, my sap, my spirit is flowing into you and through you. I am the vine, he said again, and you are the branches. If you abide in me, and I in you, you will bear much fruit. This is the proof. This is how people will know you are my disciples. Not by your loud talk, not by your big plans, but by your fruit. By the love, the joy, the peace that grows on you because you are stuck to me. This is what brings glory to my Father. When his vine is loaded with grapes. When you are loaded with fruit. He looked at them. They were getting it. They were seeing the picture. And then he gave them the terrifying flip side. If anyone does not abide in me, he is like that branch that is taken away. He's thrown out, and he withers. He just dries up. He becomes brittle, useless, all that potential gone. And what do people do with dry, dead branches? They gather them. They throw them into the fire, and they are burned. The image was stark, terrifying. This was not a game. This abiding, it was a matter of life and death, of fruit or fire. He had their attention. They were all probably mentally checking their connection to the vine. Am I abiding? Am I really abiding? Oh God, I hope I'm abiding. He knew their thoughts. How? He could hear them thinking. How do we abide? How do we do this? So he told them, how do you abide in me? Simple, you abide in my love. You just stay in the ocean of my love for you. And how do you do that? You keep my commandments. It's a circle, you see. Just as I have kept my Father's commandments, and I abide in his love, so you keep my commandments, and you will abide in my love. He was giving them the secret. Obedience isn't a chore you do for God. Obedience is the way you stay in the experience of God's love. It's the path that keeps you connected to the vine. And what was his command? He'd already told them, but he said it again. This is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. That's it, that's the command. That's the fruit. That's the whole thing. Just love each other with my kind of love. And what was his kind of love? He looked at them, these 11 men. He was on his way to his own execution. And he said the most famous words he would ever say about love. Greater love has no one than this, that he laid down his life for his friends. He was, in that moment, defining his own death. It wasn't a tragedy. It wasn't a defeat. It was the ultimate act of love. He was laying down his life for them, his friends. And that word, friends, was the next explosion. He looked them in the eye. You are my friends, if you do what I command. I don't call you servants anymore, doulos, slaves. A servant, a slave, he doesn't know what his master is doing. He just gets orders. He's kept in the dark. But I don't call you servants. I have called you Phyllis, my friends. Why? Because everything I have learned from my Father, all the secrets, all the plans, the family business, I have made it known to you. This whole night, the upper room, this walk, me telling you about the Father, about the Spirit, about the vine, about my own death, this is it. This is me treating you like friends, like partners, like family. He was promoting them, right here in this dark street. They weren't just disciples anymore. They were friends, friends of God. You didn't choose me, he reminded them gently. You were just fishermen, tax collectors. You were nothing. I chose you, and I appointed you. I ordained you. I commissioned you for one reason, that you would go and bear fruit. And not just any fruit, but fruit that will last. Permanent fruit, eternal fruit. And if you do that, if you go, and you love, and you bear fruit, then whatever you ask the Father in my name, he will give it to you. This is my command, he said one last time, drilling it into their hearts. Love one another. He let that sink in. He had given them their new identity, their new relationship, and their new command. But he knew what was coming. He knew that this love was going to put them on a collision course with everything else. He started walking again. They fell in step, their minds whirring. They were walking down into the valley now. The shadows were deeper here, and as they walked, his tone changed. The warmth of friends and love faded. His voice became sober, serious, a warning. If the world hates you, he said, his voice flat, just remember, it hated me first. This was the reality check. You are my friends, but you are not the world's friends, and you need to make your peace with that right now. If you belonged to the world, if you were part of its system, its values, its power grabs, oh, the world would love you. It would give you awards. It would put you on television. It would love you as its own. But you don't. You don't belong to the world. Why? Because I chose you out of the world. You're aliens now. You're strangers. You're exiles. You don't fit anymore. And that is why the world hates you. Just remember what I told you in the upper room. A servant is not greater than his master. It's true. If they persecuted me, they will persecute you. If they obeyed my teaching, they'd obey yours. But did they? No. So they won't obey yours either. They are going to do all this to you for one reason, because they do not know the one who sent me. They don't know the Father. They think they do. The priests, the scribes, they think they are defending God, but they are blind. They are fighting the very God they claim to serve. I've come. I've spoken to them. I've done works among them that no one else has ever done. I've given them every chance, and they have seen and they have hated. They have hated both me and my Father. They have fulfilled their own scripture. They hated me without a cause. He knew he was scaring them. He could feel their fear, a cold prickle in the air. Here he was, leaving them, and he was promising them a world of hate. They were going to be left alone, defenseless, to be persecuted and killed. And that's when he brought back the promise, the solution. But it's okay, he said. You won't be alone in this. When the Helper comes, the one I am going to send to you from the Father, the Spirit of truth, who comes from the Father, when he comes, he will testify about me. You see, your job isn't to defend me. Your job isn't to win the argument. The Holy Spirit is going to come, and he will be the primary witness. He will be the one testifying. And you, he said, you also will testify. You will add your voices to his. Why? Because you have been with me from the beginning. You're the eyewitnesses. The Spirit will be the internal witness, and you will be the external witnesses. And together, you will tell the world the truth. They had reached the bottom of the valley. They could probably hear the thin trickle of the Kidron Brook in the darkness. He stopped them again. He needed them to hear this. I have told you all of this, all of it, so that you will not be scandalized. The word is scandalizo, so you won't be tripped up, so you won't fall away, because it's going to get so bad that if I didn't warn you, your faith would shatter. How bad they were thinking. He told them, they will put you out of the synagogue. This was a death sentence, to be excommunicated. It meant your family, your friends, your whole community would treat you as dead. You would lose your job, your home, your identity. But it gets worse. In fact, a time is coming when anyone who kills you will actually believe that he is offering a service to God. This was the ultimate horror. You won't just be killed by bad guys. You will be murdered by religious people, by zealots, by men who, as they are slitting your throat, are praying to God, believing they are pleasing him. This is exactly what would happen to Paul before he became Paul. He was that man. They will do this, he said, because they have not known the Father or me. I'm telling you this now, so that when the hour comes, when they are dragging you out of the synagogue, when the man with the knife is standing over you, quoting scripture, you will remember. You will remember this night. You will remember that I told you it would happen, and you will know that you are on the right path. You will know that I was telling you the truth. He looked at their faces. They were shattered. They were just grieving. The text says, because I have said these things to you, sorrow has filled your heart. They weren't even asking questions anymore. They were just sad. The storm in their hearts was back. Jesus saw their grief, and he said the craziest thing he had said all night. But listen, he said, and his voice was suddenly bright. Let me tell you the truth. It is to your advantage that I go away. It is good for you. It's better for you that I leave. They must have looked at him like he had grown a second head. Good, better, how? How is any of this good? You leaving, us being hated, us being killed. How is that to our advantage? He explained, because if I don't go away, the Helper, the Paraclete, he will not come to you. But if I go, I will send him to you. And he, oh, You don't understand. You think I'm powerful. You should see him. When he comes, he is going to turn this whole stupid world upside down. He will come and he will convict the world. He will prove the world wrong. He will put the world on trial. He will convict the world of sin. Why? Because they do not believe in me. That is the root sin. Not all the bad things they do. The one sin that matters is rejecting me. And the Spirit will come, and he will shine a spotlight on that sin. He will convict the world of righteousness. Why? Because I am going to the Father. When I die, the world will say, see, he was a sinner. He was a blasphemer. God judged him. But when I am resurrected, when I ascend to the Father, that will be the proof. That will be the vindication. It will be the Father shouting, no, he was my righteous Son. And the Spirit will come and prove that I was the righteous one, and they were the sinners. And he will convict the world of judgment. Why? Because the prince of this world, Satan, now stands condemned. You see, they think I am on trial. They think I am about to be judged. But they are wrong. The cross is not my judgment. The cross is Satan's judgment. It's the moment I defeat him. It's the moment I break his power. And the Spirit will come and announce that judgment to the whole world. I have so much more I want to tell you, he said, and his voice was full of longing. So many more secrets, but you can't bear them right now. You're not ready. Your hearts are too full, your minds are too small. It would just break you. But it's okay. When he comes, the Spirit of truth, he will guide you into all the truth. He will be your new teacher. He's not going to make stuff up. He's just going to listen. He will only speak what he hears from the Father and from me. He's going to take what is mine and make it known to you. He's going to glorify me. His entire job is to put the spotlight on me. He's going to remind you of everything I said. He's going to help you understand this night. He's going to unpack all of this for the rest of your lives. He was telling them they were never going to be without a teacher. He was leaving, but he was sending his replacement. And this replacement was better, because this replacement wouldn't just be with them. He would be in them. He paused. He looked up at the moon. The hour was getting so close. Just a little while now, he whispered, almost to himself. In just a little while, you won't see me. And then, just a little while after that, you will see me. He said it, and he had finally broken their brains. They just looked at each other. They started whispering. What did he just say? What is this little while? A little while you won't see me, and a little while you will see me. And what was that? Because I am going to the Father. What does any of that mean? I have no idea. Do you ask him? I am not asking him. You ask him. My head still hurts from the Father's house question. Jesus knew. He knew they were confused. He turned, and a small, sad smile was on his lips. Are you asking each other about this? About the little while? They all froze, like schoolboys caught passing a note. Yes, Lord, Peter probably muttered. Jesus sighed. He had to give them one more picture, the last one. Truly, I tell you," he said. This is what it's going to be like. In just a few hours, you are going to weep and mourn. You are going to be devastated. And at the exact same time, the world is going to rejoice. You will be filled with grief." But he said, and his voice was full of promise, "Your grief will be turned into joy." How it's like a woman giving birth. When she is in labor, she has anguish. It's the worst pain in the world. It's the valley of the shadow of death, because her hour has come. But as soon as her child is born, she forgets it. She doesn't remember the anguish anymore. Why? Because of her joy that a human being has been born into the world. That is you. Right now, you are about to go into labor. The next 3 days, it will be the worst anguish of your lives. You will feel like you are being torn apart. But then, when I see you again, then you will rejoice. It will be like that baby has been born. And your joy. He looked at them, one by one. Your joy, no one can take it away from you. That's the difference. The joy of the world, it's temporary. It's fragile. But this joy, this resurrection joy, this new baby joy, it's yours. Forever. It is unstealable. They can persecute you. They can hate you. They can kill you, but they cannot take your joy. And in that day, you won't need to ask me all these questions. You will know. You'll have the Spirit. You'll understand. You will be able to go directly to the Father. You won't need me as a go-between anymore. You will just ask the Father in my name, and he will give it to you. Ask, he commanded them. Ask, and you will receive, so that your joy may be complete. He had brought them full circle, from grief to complete joy. He looked up. They had crossed the brook. They were now at the foot of the Mount of Olives. The garden Gethsemane was just up the path. He had to finish. He had to land the plane. "I've been speaking to you in figures of speech," he said. "In these pictures. The vine, the childbirth, the little while. But the hour is coming when I will no longer use figures of speech. I will just tell you plainly about my Father, and you will ask in my name. And I'm not even saying I will ask the Father for you. You won't need me to. Why? Because the Father himself loves you. He loves you. Why? Because you have loved me, and you have believed that I came from God. This is the whole story, in one sentence. I came from the Father, and I entered the world. Now I am leaving the world, and I am going back to the Father." He stopped. That was it, the end of the lesson. And the disciples, in that moment, they got it. Or at least, they thought they got it. "Aha," Philip probably said. "See, now you are speaking plainly. Finally, no more figures of speech. That was clear. I came from the Father. I'm going back to the Father." "Yes. Okay, got it." They were all nodding, so proud of themselves. "See, Lord, now we are sure. Now we know that you know all things. You don't even need anyone to ask you questions. You just know. This is why we believe. Now we believe. We believe that you came from God. They were so pleased. They had finally graduated. They had passed the test. And Jesus just looked at them. It was the exact same look he had given Philip in the upper room. That heartbroken, you still don't get it, look. Oh, you believe, he asked. And his voice was so quiet. Now you believe. After all this is the moment you're so confident in your faith. Let me tell you about your faith. An hour is coming. An hour is here right now when you will be scattered. Every single one of you. You will run. You will run to your own home. You will run for your own lives. And you will leave me all alone. The words hit them like a fist. This was worse than Peter's denial. This was all of them. Scattered, running, abandoning him. But then he added, his voice so quiet, but so strong. And yet, I am not alone. Because my Father is with me. He had done it. He had taken their newfound, arrogant faith, and he had broken it. He had shown them one last time that their own strength, their own courage, their own belief was nothing. It was a house of cards. It would be blown over by the first gust of wind. They were left with nothing. They were hopeless. And that was exactly where he wanted them. Because now he could give them his hope. I have told you all these things, he said. I told you everything for one reason, so that in me you may have peace. My peace, I'm giving it to you because in this world you will have trouble. You will have tribulation. You will have pressure. You will be squeezed. It's not a maybe. It is a guarantee. The world will break you. But he stood up tall. His face in the moonlight was no longer sad. It was blazing. It was the face of the King. But take heart. Be of good cheer. Be courageous. Because I have overcome the world. He said it in the present tense. He hadn't even gone to the cross yet, but the victory was already won. The end was already written. He had overcome. And with that, the lesson was over. The discourse was done. He had said everything he needed to say. He stopped walking. He had given them the word. And now he had to talk to his Father. He motioned for them to be still. And there, at the edge of the Kidron Valley, at the foot of the Mount of Olives, just a stone's throw from the garden where he would sweat blood. After Jesus said this, John tells us, he looked toward heaven. He lifted his face to the full Passover moon. And the disciples, they listened. They were allowed to overhear the Son talking to the Father. This wasn't a prayer for them. This was a prayer in front of them. This was the Holy of Holies. Father, Jesus said, and his voice was different. It wasn't the voice of the teacher. It was the voice of the Son. It was full of intimacy and love and finality. Father, the hour has come. Father, glorify your Son, so that your Son may glorify you. For you gave him authority over all people, so that he might give eternal life to all those you have given him. And this, he defined it, this is eternal life. It's not living forever. It's this, that they know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. I have glorified you on the earth, he reported. I have finished the work you gave me to do. And now, Father, glorify me. Glorify me in your presence with the glory that I had with you before the world began. That was his prayer for himself. Then his eyes, still on heaven, his voice softened. He thought of the 11 men standing around him, barely breathing, trying not to make a sound. He began to pray for them. Father, I have revealed you, your name, your character, to the ones you gave me out of the world. They were yours, and you gave them to me. And he was bragging about them now. And they have obeyed your word. They know that everything you gave me, it comes from you. They believed that you sent me. I am praying for them. I am not praying for the world right now. I'm praying specifically for these men, for they are yours. All I have is yours, and all you have is mine, and glory has come to me through them. And now his request for them, the big one. Father, I am no longer going to be in the world, but they are still in the world. And I am coming to you. So, Holy Father, protect THEM. Protect them by the power of your name, the name you gave me. Protect them so that they may be one, just as we are one. When I was with them, he said, I protected them. I guarded them. I kept them safe. Not one of them was lost, except the one doomed to destruction, the son of perdition, Judas, so that the scripture would be fulfilled. And now, Father, I'm coming to you. And I'm saying these things out loud while I'm still with them for one reason, so that they may have a wide joy made complete in themselves. I have given them your word, and the world has hated them, because they are not of the world, any more than I am of the world. Father, here is my prayer. I am not asking you to take them out of the world. I'm not asking you to take them out. I'm asking you to protect THEM from the evil one. Keep them safe in the world and sanctify them. Set them apart, make them holy, consecrate them, sanctify them by the truth. Your word is truth. That was the cleaning agent. The truth, the word, that's what would make them holy. As you sent me into the world, he was getting ready to hand off the baton. So, I have sent them into the world. This was their commission, their apostolic mission. He was sending them, and for their sakes, for them, I sanctify myself. I consecrate myself. I set myself apart for this death. I am willingly going to this cross for them, so that they, too, may be truly sanctified by the truth. He had prayed for himself. He had prayed for his 11 terrified friends. And then his prayer expanded. He looked through time. He looked past the disciples, past the cross, past the resurrection. He looked down the centuries. He looked at us. Father, he said, and his voice was full of a new power. I am not praying for these men alone. I am praying also for all those who will believe in me through their message. He was praying for you. He was praying for me, for everyone who would ever read their word, their gospel, and believe. We were in his mind, in his prayer, on that night. And what did he pray for us? That all of them may be one. Father, just as you are in me, and I am in you, may they also be in us. He was praying for a mystical union, that all of us would be one inside the oneness of the Father and the Son. Why this unity? So that the world may believe that you have sent me. That was the reason. Our unity is the proof. It's the greatest evangelistic tool in the world. When the world, the hateful, broken, divided world, sees the church loving each other, being one, that is what will convince them that Jesus is real. I have given them, all of them, us, the glory that you gave me. What glory? The glory of the Spirit, the glory of abiding, so that they may be one just as we are one. He was getting intense now. This was the third time he prayed for unity. I in them, and you in me, so that they may be brought to complete unity. And then the world will know that you sent me. And this was the most staggering line of the whole prayer, that you have loved them, even as you have loved me. He was telling the Father, show the world that you love Peter and Thomas, and you and me, with the same intensity and passion that you love your own Son. It was an impossible, glorious, terrifying thought. That God the Father loves us like he loves Jesus. He was almost done. His prayer, his mission, it was all coming to a climax. He had one last, personal, aching request. Father, he said, and his voice was full of longing. Those you have given me, I want. I want them to be with me where I am. I want them to be with me so they can see my glory. The glory you gave me because you loved me before the creation of the world. Oh, righteous Father, he breathed. The world, it doesn't know you. But I know you. And these men, they know that you sent me. I have made you known to them. I have shown them your name, your love, your character. And I will continue to make you known. Why? For one last reason. So that the love you have for me may be in them, and that I myself may be in them. It was over. The prayer was finished. He had prayed that the Father's love for the Son and the Son himself would live inside them. He had prayed himself into them. The great Amen was a profound, holy, and terrible silence. The discourse was finished. The prayer was prayed. The old covenant was done. The new covenant was given. The lessons were complete. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Jesus lowered his head. The hour was no longer coming. It was here. He opened his eyes. He turned. He looked at the 11 men who were standing, frozen, awestruck, their hearts pounding. They had just listened in on the heart of God. He didn't need to say anything else. He just nodded. He turned and he began to walk again, just up the hill. He had finished his last supper. He had finished his last sermon. Now he was walking to his last stand. They walked in total silence up the path, under the ancient, twisted, silver-leafed olive trees. They had crossed the Kidron. They had come to the garden.